Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 21 allies. We're going up against 29 enemies, and we are off. Mrs. Hyde was in first place. JR jumps to first. Mrs. Hyde is in first again. Arc 10 takes it. Mrs. Hyde, okay, everybody fights. Arc 10 is now in first place. JR is in second. Darth is in third. And I believe, oh wait, no, we've got some trailing game pieces that are basically done. And we've won. Right, I need to kill melee units too. Let's see. Arc 10, Telematros is in first place, 6 kill, 2 assist. JR 926 is in second place, 3 and 3. Darth, Miss Hyde, and Big Roger have tied in third place with 4 kills each. We've got monks, we've got shinobis. We have nobody claiming them at this time. So, Demonic gets monked. Darth Torlin gets shinobis, and we move on to the next map, where we will have gold token, a boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Another Templar, which is here. I'm giving you a soul. And, well, let's start here. Do these qualify as epic? Come on. No. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks are getting purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh. And that is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And a glance on the viewer side tells me, yep, not close to 50. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good week, a good start of the week. I hope you have the energy for the rest of it. I hope your week is proceeding as you want. My week has been going well, uneventful. Nice writing yesterday. So for those who are paying attention to that, this afternoon I will not be writing. I have house stuff to deal with that I did not properly handle on Saturday. And it cannot be delayed. So this morning itself has been nice, a little busy. Uh, All right, this morning, this morning, it is read and corrects. For those who are new to this, these are when I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. I record those while I do the read and correct. So while that's happening, I will ignore the chat. If the chapter runs long, the Streamer battle will be delayed, and to minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'm gonna hydrate. Before I forget to do that, I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on. Wait. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct email. Let's not jump steps. That's where trouble happens. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, at Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 47 of The Captain's Heart. Yeah, helps if I properly set stuff up, doesn't it? Bridge update, Gurgaran demanded when the lift became visible in the distance. We still have control of the access, the hunter replied. And there's no movement on the dock or space around us. Or around the ship. This is formal. They're in battle. Well, they're in battle mode, so the things would have to be clear. Or around the ship. We also kept them from getting into our systems. The pilot indicates he's ready to move us. Scans show that the docking anchors will tear away before the anchor points. The question of where the Earthers has gotten enough of their programming language was for others to deal with. Inform the station of our imminent departure and that they should be ready to unclamp the ship. Use a polite tone. This is you following procedures, not making threats. Yes, Alpha. Magnetic seal has been activated against the chance they release the clamps, that's plural, before you have boarded. A pack increased their pace and called the lift on reaching it. 4 of them entered, leaving 3 behind. The civilians with an escort, he instructed, and when the lift doors opened, Thorax Salminial ushered Jeremy into it. I will join you shortly, he assured his heart, as a hunter joined them with the ambassador. He then took position with his hunters in preparation for an attack. The lift opened, and 4 went in, and when the lift returned, 4 more entered, leaving Gragaran and a beta to protect them. This, he expected, was when the commander would make his move, if his anger overtook his knowledge of the danger attacking put the Earthers in, when he'd be confident his people could overpower 2 hunters. He counted on the bridge to warn him of any approach, and then they would show what made alphas and betas. The lift door opened, and they backed into it. Even with only the 2 of them, it still felt too small. Everything about the station was too small. It opened, and they stepped among the beta's pack. Seal the ship, he instructed once they were in. The ambassador had already been escorted deeper, but Jeremy was still there, and he no longer looked worried. He looked determined. You aren't throwing me in a room, even if it's for my own safety. Correct, might be okay with that, but I'm not. You are a civilian, Jeremy. And you said you were a merchant, so don't give me any lip about where I'm supposed to be. I'm going to engineering and figuring out a way to give you the power you need before the commander decides to blow us up. Gregoran smiled and placed a hand on Jeremy's cheek. His little warrior indeed. He looked at Turok Salminiel. Hunter, take the engineer with you. You should know my ship's full capability now. Jimmy resisted. You will see, the hunter said, and Jimmy reluctantly followed him. I don't need to. The chase is done, he told the two betas. Your pack performed well. Go rest. Yes, Alpha, they replied. He walked with them until they headed for the combat area. He continued for the bridge. He'd get out of his armor once his people were safe. The air was tense when he stepped onto the bridge, but he didn't address it or those there until he reached its center, where its captain belonged. It's where the captain belonged. All returned safely, he informed them, the traditional message when an Alpha returned from a chase without losses. Have there been any actions from the Earthers? Weapons have gone live, the hunter at scan replied, but haven't targeted us. We have a full scan of the station. At least the hunt he had been sent on had a proper conclusion, but it was something else to address once they were safe. Station hasn't acknowledged our request for departure, the hunter at comms said. Send the bracing warning through the ship. Pilot, prepare to... The shudder was faint but noticeable. Clamps have been removed, Tom said, initiating motion. Weapons remain untargeted. Station is silent. Remain alert, he instructed, then activated all ship. Civilians of the Bane, this is your Alpha. I am initiating emergency procedures. All civilians are to proceed to the closest bunkers. I'm going to need a better term, I think, for that. Emergency frequencies are open to divided families for the purpose of confirming where your members are. I repeat, we are now under emergency protocol. Better the chaos of harried civilians that the Earther than the Earthers having weapons that could penetrate so deep. Captain, Tom said, the only title he could use as a civilian. We have now reached minimum safe distance for full thrust. All I need is the power. He shifted to the emergency reactor room frequency. Status. I have no idea what I'm looking at, Jeremy replied, which I'm guessing is what you asked for. But there are a lot of technicians working, and Thurek is giving me a nod and 2 fingers, so 2 minutes? Yes, that's what he meant. You have a lot of explaining to do, Growler. First of which would be teaching him to pronounce his name. As endearing as it had been, Gregoran could envision getting tired of the Earther moniker. I will answer all questions your technicians have not, once we are safely away from the station. I am so holding you to that. Jeremy out. Power is coming shortly, pilot. Station still has it. Weapons are moving. No lock established. Have scans provided information on their weapons? Energy-based, with 12 active antimatter generators to power them. It took him a second to observe the number, then he forced a question that raised a side. They weren't relevant to the situation. What did was that if they were all assigned to power the weapons, only distance could save them. It would be impossible for them to keep a lock if they were far enough, and the fractional error in angle if they were far enough. That becomes that. The fractional error in angle would compound the further they were. Where had they gotten so much antimatter? Initiating thrust, Tom announced. Weapons tracking. Still no lock. No words from station. Remain alert, he needlessly instructed. His hunters knew better than to let their Their attention wander while active. 5% of speed, Tom announced. 10, a few seconds later. Do the Earther have pursuit ship? 15. No, Alpha. All ships at station are cargo or passenger. 20. Have they established communication with anyone outside of station's light year? 25. Yes, but they are all redshifted. So opposite their direction. Was the commander being clever? Bouncing whatever message to ships ahead of them off stations to avoid off deeper further stations to avoid him realizing it. Once they were outside Earther's territory, there shouldn't be any Earther ships. But by that same reasoning, the Bane shouldn't have been within unclaimed territory to start with. At this point, he was confident there were things the Earther hadn't told their allies, his people. 35. Sensor status. The station is the same. 45, 40, 45, 50. Shift scan to ahead of us. Maximum range. Report anything out of the ordinary. 55. Still no luck. 60. 63% of speed. Captain, that's all I can give you on the backup unless you divert power. Shift course to Kersosteron. Altering course to the Garanom world. That's something's gonna have to change here. I will probably rename the Garan. And basically Garan will be like human. The word they use internally. And probably something like Kesostrian, but that's for later. The star was well beyond the station where the Federation Security Council resided, and not a course the Earther had any reason to think he would take. He did not relax. We have crossed into unclaimed territory, the hunter announced. Sensor? Nothing within range that registers as processed metals or polymers, Alpha. Nothing on comm. He allowed himself to relax. Pilot, shift course to FCS. He activated the all-ship. This is your Alpha. Emergency protocol are now ended. Civilians can return to their homes. Reunite your families. We are on our way toward friendly space. Emergency frequency remain open. He couldn't reunite his family yet. His duty wouldn't be over until he was certain they were safe, and they needed to be furthermore before that came. Alpha, I have a civilian demanding apologies. It's the ambassador. Transfer. The male's face appeared on the central screen. People moved around him. Alpha Hunter. He greeted Gargaran. If the emergency is over, I need an office from which to contact the Federation Ambassadorial Department. They will have questions about the report I sent earlier, and delays in making myself available will not result in them being gentle. I will send a hunter to escort you to an available office, Ambassador. Once things have settled, I will see to it you have adequate quarters assigned. Thank you, Alpha Hunter. He wished he could lead him to those quarters personally, but Gargaran wanted time with his heart before that. Now that they were out of Earther territory, he did allow himself to move from his command position. He placed a hand on Tom's shoulder and squeezed. Thank you for your service. The male snorted. Come on. This is why I'm on the ship. Not like this pushed what I can do. He looked up. How are you doing? I can't wait to hold Jeremy. Tom chuckled. Does he have any idea what's waiting for him? He snorted. I have self-control. He sobered. You didn't see how he looked when they brought him to me. He was better once we were on the ship, but I suspect he is more interested in why we were at the station than letting me show him what he means to me. Don't worry. Even if he wasn't your heart, you'll understand. He loves you, and that can help work through anything. Starting to think you like the old ballads more than you admit. I just know you. Gargaran squeezed his shoulder again, then moved to see each of the hunters on the bridge. With that done, he returned to his station. He still had duties to perform, one of which, well, he wasn't looking forward to, but he had said he'd do this. Once the hunt was done, he contacted the brig, Alpha. He had no doubt Genial Herr Tahalan would still find ways to aggravate him, but now he shouldn't be able to start a cross-species conflict in the process, he hoped. And that concludes chapter 47 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're doing fine, little sleepy. Nothing that coffee after lunch can't fix. Cool. And I realized I flipped the order of the chapters. So, but that's okay. That's relatively easy to fix. I just have to remember not mix up the chapters when I number them. Starting next week, the read and corrects are going to be interesting because something that I never thought would occur will happen. I'm going to have my two main projects needing to be read and corrected at the same time. And that's 6 chapters right then and there. Um, which means I'm probably going to have to do the world which is off camera, off stream, and maybe do Anorant Dawn until that's done. That's the last of the Demon's book, and it's not like anybody listens to that. Per block, I get 6 chapters because I budget half an hour per block. Well, 25 minutes. And so long as a chapter doesn't go too far above 3,000 words, I can usually get through that in that 25. Right, I'm not going to get a signal here other than that one. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies. And we are off. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Person with Korean name jumped in. SPC is now in second. Montre is in third. Where am I? No kills? Really? How am I not getting any kills? Well, okay, I got the one I needed. Cool, that quest is over. Alrighty, we are done. We have 1. Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 6 kill, 7 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Person with Korean name is in second place, 4 kill, 1 assist. And Gator Paws is in third, 4 kills. We have flag bearers. We've got, oh, wait, Lancers. Do we have a Dr. Derp? No Dr. Derp. So, Montre waves the flag, SPC gets lanced. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Oh, right, this is a half day today. We may not reach the... okay. So Templars are going to wait till probably tomorrow at this point. And is there an epic in here? I do not see any epic. So we will go to monks until I see an epic. Where are you guys? Got one here. Walk up there. You know what? That works. If I can. down. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will do another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 46 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy's headache felt like it stretched all the way to Earth. It couldn't be more than an hour since Omar had left, but it could easily be an entire day with the way it dug into, but it could also be an entire day with the way it dug in his mind. Either the ultrasonics had been raised, or it was the result of fighting against it, refusing to let his stomach protest when Growler or the Kelsarians or the ship popped into his mind. He was confident he had the entire design for the antimatter wave particle monitor he'd been puttering on in his spare time, but he had no idea how reliable it was, with how the headache kept pulling at his attention. He didn't open his eyes when the door opened or at the steps. He didn't care who it was. They could. Mr. Bradshaw. He was up, looking at the commander, before he realized he'd move. How are you doing? The tone and expression were less severe than he'd expected. He bit back the curse. As bad as his situation was, antagonizing this man could make it worse. He was certain of that. I'm fine. I'm glad to hear it. I have a situation I need your help with. A way out of this cell? I'll be happy to help if I can. Good, good. The cats barged in. They are demanding I hand you over to them. They claim you are one of them. Like them. The fear surged before he had the box ready. He wasn't like them. They were wrong. No, they weren't. He wasn't like them. For him to be like them made him wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was normal. He was a normal human. They could be however they wanted, but he wasn't like that. Are you well, Mr. Bradshaw? His eyes snapped open, and he thought the man had looked pleased for a second. But his expression was reserved now. I'm fine. I'm glad to hear that. Now, as you can imagine, I won't just hand you over. I'd never do that to someone so valuable to the research taking place here. I hope you believe me. Of course, sir. Why would he doubt the man? He was a prisoner. That man held him captive, kept him from... He was not like that. Good, good. You see, the problem is that they are claiming you need to tell them you want to stay here, that you belong here. You belong here. Someone had told him that. His mother, maybe? But when she said it, there had been a sense of rightness to that was missing here, and he didn't understand why. Of course, them thinking they are so much better, stronger than us means they don't give a fuck about our sovereign rights. So I'm going to take you to them, and you are going to make it clear that you belong here. Yes, the word was out before you could stop it. Good, good. Once this is over, once I've kicked them off my station, I'll make sure you receive the proper treatment for your condition. He reached out of sight, and the bars rose. You'll see. Everything will be fine. When he took Jeremy's shoulder, the grip wasn't gentle. He thought about resisting. He didn't belong with him. He belonged here, but not in this place. The image was of trees and banners, gold eyes, teeth and claws. Shoved the discomfort in the box. That was That was the here where he belonged, whatever that meant. Secretly waiting for them outside the cell block. He'd never seen them so armed. Heavy rifles, body armor he'd seen he'd seen in war movies, and their expression showed a willingness to use them. They fell into formation around them, filling the corridor on each side, making making how narrow it was more evident. They didn't miss the wideness of the Calcarian corridors. The commander didn't let go of him as they marched toward them. The headache subsided, but the fear increased with the knowledge they were coming ever closer. Wrong. No! No matter how much he put in the box, there was more of that oozing pain. There was nothing wrong with him. This was their doing. Stay. Stay. There is safety here. He tried to convince himself it was a lie, but he was so afraid of what waited for him. They didn't take the usual lift. The one they stepped on was for cargo, and they all fit. When the door opened, he resisted. Stay here. The commander pulled him forward. After some turns, the back of people faced them. They parted, and he saw them. Danger. No, they weren't a danger, although he had trouble understanding what he saw. Instead of open vest and pants, the Calcarian wore uniforms in mottled brown and yellows. Then, even more, they even wore boots and gloves. Jeremy had never seen them with foot and hand or hands covered. Danger. He had trouble contradicting the thought. The only one who wasn't dressed that way was Queric. But he too looked dangerous when he glared at them. Here he is, the commander announced. Now, why don't you tell them? Tell them what? He wanted to go where? He wanted safety, for the fear to go away. He wanted home, but he didn't know what that was. Gold eyes. Wrong. Jeremy. Craig's voice was soft, but he had to fight the urge to bolt. Where do you belong? Here. But not like that. Why was this so hard? Why did he have to be in the middle, the one to decide this? He was no one. All he wanted was to be safe, gold eyes and teeth, to be held, fur and claws, to be home. You belong, a woman whispered in his ears. He thought it might be his mother, but the voice was accompanied by the ruffling of banners and the breeze and the smell of trees and gold eyes. There, the word fought through the pain as he locked eyes with gold ones. With them. The commander kept him from doubling over in pain with his painfully tight grip. There was motion, growls, capacitors charging. I believe he told us. Korik said, if you don't tell your people to stand down, Commander, you will be initiating a battle you cannot hope to walk away from unscathed, or one you will drag your species into. He forced his eyes open. Growler's teeth were bared. The others were pointing rifles that looked more powerful than the ones the commander's security had. He glanced up, and the commander was livid. The look in his eyes when he glanced back at him promised violence. Then he shoved Jeremy at the Calcarian. Fine, take him. You can deal with what's going to cause, with what he's going to cause. Hands closed on his arm, and he nearly wrenched himself out of them. Danger, death, wrong. Gold eyes and teeth. Jeremy. His name from that male scared and comforted him. He latched onto the comfort, the knowledge he would be safe. Take me. Wrong. They moved past Calcarian, who fell into formation behind them. Someone spoke, and Growler's reply was harsh. I need to hand you over, Jeremy. I need to lead my hunters, but you will be safe, I promise. He tried to protest, but then saw the brindled fur of the man he was handed to, his amber eyes. Thurrock? I'll keep you safe, Jeremy, the same as my alpha would. The pain eased now that he wasn't held by Growler. What are you doing here? Protecting my friend, my Alpha's heart. The idea the technician would put himself in danger for him was ridiculous. Growler spoke, tones of command, but he wasn't talking to any of the Calcarians here. He is ordering the ship ready to leave. But the reactor's not repaired. You can't escape whatever the commander will do on whatever you have powering the basic systems. The commander won't do anything, Jeremy, Craig said. And if he is brave enough to try, Growler added, he will find out my ship is more than he believes. Jeremy looked at the way the Calcarians were dressed. No armored. Their weapons. Who the hell are you? The smile Growler gave him was filled with pride. We are hunters of the line. A murmur spread among the others, and a second later they said the same thing in unison in a manner that made Jeremy think of a chant. At least no one had to die, Craig said, and Jeremy stared. Hunters can be obsessive about protecting others. You aren't merchant, are you? We are, Growler answered with that glint of mischief Jeremy had seen a few times yet. I'd only seen a few times yet. But that is not all we are. Just like you are not just an engineer, are you? What else would I be? He asked with a nervous chuckle. Growler's smile turned fierce. You are a warrior. And that concludes chapter 46 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Enjoy your lurk, Akla. Alright, so now I need to do stuff. Stuff. Actually, that's what I need. Here, let's check this. Okay, good, they fixed it. Oh, not only did they fix it, but it no longer opens another... Okay, well that... Except I've opened the wrong one. That's the one I need. Wait, what? Why is 45 not here? Did I not? 42, 44. Wait, did I not do 45? Could have sworn I saw 45 in here. Yeah, 45 is right here. So, oh man, I've been mixing things up. Okay, all right, so I need 45. Don't need that, but all right, so let's go here. Let's start with 45 then. delete that so that I avoid confusion. All right, so that's December 14th. Let's get this one already. Actually, I've already done that. Wait, what? That doesn't feel right. That's 4. Okay. 3. Okay, that's really interesting. So it's not that I did not post it, it's that I screwed up the numbering system. So that is 44, that's 45. Okay. It's easier to fix this way. And that, okay. Do you have the right files though? No, you don't. Oh, wow. Can I be, so that needs to be 44. But again, this is why I want to give my... no. This is 44, not 46. This is why I need to give myself this space, the buffer, because it can take me a while to realize that I've screwed up. It's 44. Right? Okay, this is 45. Wait, what? Did I screw some of this? Okay. Let's reload this. It feels like I screwed up again. So 42 is this. Okay, that's 42. 43 is missing. Deal with that in a moment. 44. Jeremy wanted to sleep. Okay. All right, so that's done. So I can close that. I can delete that. Let's reload this. Okay, now these need to be moved ahead by 2 days, give or take. So August 14th becomes 16th, no, 17th. Twelfth becomes 14th. Okay, and now I need to do 43. What baffles me is that I did not see this. Like somehow I missed the misnumbering when I did that. You would think that paying attention to that would be kind of important. Okay. December 12th. Why don't you? Oh, actually, no, I don't. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. And we are off. Right, I still need to clear the quest. Onea is in first place. Arten's in second. Cupcake-ish is in third. Is now in second. Arten is in third. We have the towers. We've got enemies somewhere around. Oh, yeah, over there. Wait, these guys are not on our side? No, that's okay, they're dead. We're done! We've won! Onea's in first place, 10 kills, 7 assists. Endless Loop is in second place, 3 kills, 12 assists. JR926 is in third, 6 kills, 1 assist. We have Barbarian, Musketeers, and Busters, and we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, SPC3D gets Barbarian, Sergeant Kate Dog, Musketeers. Did it 88 gets busted. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Alright, do we have an epic in here? Actually, are you guys epics? No, you're not. So, no epics. Therefore, another monk. And I will clear the quest. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alright, so I need to move on to the world witches, because I did not prep any of that. Oh. Alright, so, it's there. I need to bring this up. Not sure why Trustless Shadow's still there. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 79 of The World Witches. I keep an eye on Brandon's health for the hour or so it takes Sam to contact the tracker he knows, and for her to arrive at the inn. It doesn't shift in any way I notice. It's slightly below a quarter still. I know health goes up slowly, but still. And why isn't he drinking a healing potion? Is he unconscious? She's an elf, but there's nothing haughty about her. She wears leather armor like it's her everyday set of clothing. It's worn and patched. Everything about her speaks of practicality over appearances. There's a quiver at her hip, which means she has a bow in her inventory, and a sword in a plain scabbard on the other side. Rachel. Sam greets her. These are the people who need your help. Who need your help? Emotions to us in turn. Dennis, Ellen, Silver. She looks us over, then addresses Ellen. It's $500 up front. After that, it depends on how difficult it is to find what you're looking for. I raise my hand and speak before she moves her attention to me. I don't know if it matters, but I'm the team leader, and I'm the one who asks Sam to contact you. She looks at me in surprise, then at Ellen, who just raises an eyebrow. When Rachel looks at me again, there's hesitation, maybe regret. She shrugs. Like I said, it's 500 up front. Did she overcharge because she thought she'd be working for Ellen? You said it goes up from there. How will that work? I have multiple ways of finding someone. Someone. We're looking for our teammate, Brandon. Okay. I start with the simplest. I'd say have the time, that's enough. If that doesn't work, I move on to the other method. Other methods. Roll. Each one is slightly more complicated, requiring more time, more tools, and more ingredients. For each method I have to use, it's $100. And if you don't find them, Ellen asks, you give it back? I will find them. I have never not found what I was paid to find. It's just a question of how well hidden it is and how much you're willing to spend. Whatever it takes. I open the trade window and put the $500 in it. She accepts it. Okay, I need something of his. What doesn't matter, but it's got to mean something to him. The importance doesn't have to be great, but it's got to be there. If you can't, she trails off, looking at me as I'm about to ask for Sam if Brandon left anything in his room. She looks over her shoulder at me again. Is there someone else in your party other than this Brandon? No, it's just the four of us. Then I have him. Follow me. Silver and Ellen look at me, but all I can do is shrug and follow Rachel. She takes us halfway across town to a neighborhood of stone houses among yet more trees. While I know Louisville was here before the system arrived, from what Sam said, I can't help feeling like the trees have always been here and the houses built in the space around them. He's in there. The house is mostly field stone. There's a porch stretching across the front, and the bay window on the left is perfectly formed glass. Not something that's cheap to get. Do you know who lives there? Now, isn't quite the wealthiest part of the city, but we aren't far from it. Of course, my brother would bother someone with money. He was looking for someone who was alive before the system arrived. It makes sense. They could set themselves up if they were in any way smart, Silver replies. Are you coming with us? I ask Rachel. No, I got you here. That's where my work ends. I can tell you he's in the far corner of the house on the ground floor against the back wall. Thank you. I step to the door and get confirmation Brandon's been here by the busted latch on the door frame. Did he really kick in the door of a stranger? Silver asks. I don't bother. I don't bother. I don't bother answering. At best, he might have knocked and kicked the door if there was no answer, or if they refused to let him in. Manners are not Brandon's strength. I knock on the door and it moves in slightly. Hello? When I don't get an answer, I push it open the rest of the way. I'm looking at a well-appointed living room, couch, seat, fireplace, even a carpet under the low table before them. Hello? We just want to talk. There's a hallway to the left of center. Maybe Brandon injured them in the process of getting hurt. Ellen grabs my shoulder as I step in. Are you seriously going in there? Brandon's in there, and probably the person he was going to question. They're probably both hurt. Someone would have replied when I called out otherwise. Or this is another trap to get their hands on you. Yeah, that's crossed my mind. I can't not consider that at this point. So what? Your suggestion is we leave your brother to get out of this by himself? He got himself into this without any help. I pull my arm out of her grip. I don't leave friends behind. I really wish she'd get that. They both follow me in. The hallway has two doors on one side, three on the other, and opens up to the back. I open the doors as we pass them to confirm there's no one hiding in them. There's a stairwell going up. The back of the house is a kitchen and dining room spanning the width. It's surprisingly modern in in that way in the way in the way of movies I've watched, along a long counter, stove, oven, even something that could be a microwave. The table is dark wood with 6 chairs. There's a glass patio door with a surprisingly large yard visible, considering how many trees are in this city. I can't even see one out there. Brandon is to the left of that, up against the wall. I'm halfway to him when an old man says, "That's far enough." I whirl to face him, sitting at the dining table. I have no idea how I missed him, although his next action gives me the answer. With a wave of the hand, the entire room changes. Gone are the appliances, the clean floor, the glass patio door. Even the walls are now just field stone. The hallway we came through is also gone, but I'm confident that's not true. We did walk through it, and is this speaks of illusion magic rather than whatever else it might be. The man is definitely old. Human. He's gaunt. His white hair's thin, tied back. His clothing's also old and worn. There's an air of exhaustion about him, but his gaze is alert. I wave Ellen down as fire spreads over her hands. The look she gives me isn't pleased. Hi, my name is Dennis. This is Ellen, and that's Silver. We're just here to retrieve Brandon. I'm sorry for the trouble he caused. He snorts. The kid barges in, then proceeds to threaten me with violence if I don't answer his question. Even landed a punch, the son of a bitch. The son of bitch. No, the son of a bitch. I'm not inclined to let you take him anywhere. I glare at Brandon. Really? You attacked an old man? Without the illusion, glowing band around his neck and arms hold him against the wall. He wouldn't answer me. He sounds weak as the old man looks, and he's tougher than he looks. Maybe you need to start considering that before you get into fights I have to rescue you from. I'm fine. You shouldn't have come. You are going to get this into that thick skull of yours. I am your friend. I will not leave you to deal with trouble alone, no matter what they are. And why the fuck didn't you just ask for help? He looks away. I'm pretty sure he says, "I'm fine," but I can't make out the words. If you're friends of his, I'm also not inclined to let any of you go. I'd love to see you, Ellen, I warn. Does she realize she seems to be as eager as Brandon to get into fights when she thinks she has the upper hand? About the only difference between them is that she's more aware of her limitations. Usually. There is no way she can think you know what? We can take on this man when he had such an easy time dealing with Brandon. Not to mention the magic he pulled to make us see the house as normal. I focus on him again. I'm sorry for the trouble Brandon caused. If you let us take him, I'll make sure he never bothers you again. He knows about Fort Knox. And if you hadn't made a mess of this, maybe we could have asked him. How about you stay silent and let me try to get you out of this? The old man chuckles. You seem awfully confident. You are getting out of here, boy. Hopeful. There's no way we can fight you, so I'm hoping we can come to an agreement about what it's going to take to let the four of us walk out of here. You're sure you want to take him? You've been nice and respectful, so I'm inclined to let you and the 2 girls go. But him? I don't leave friends behind. I look at Brandon, no matter what stupid shit they pull. In that case, I'm not sure I can make it easy on you. Look, I'm sorry he punched you, but he waves that aside. It's not that. I barely feel stuff like that anymore. It's the disrespect. I was old when his daddy was in his daddy's balls, and he barges in here with his demands. You at least know how to be polite. My dad and Grandpa Lewis and Bass are big on politeness with strangers. Lost art, that being polite. I appreciate you're angry at Brandon, but there has to be something we can do that we can pay to balance what he did. His chuckle is without humor. You are hanging a lot on the hope I'm a reasonable man. You haven't blasted us to dust yet, so I think you are. Now there's levity in the chuckle. All right, I'll give you a chance. There's a dungeon outside the city that has something I want. Couldn't get it yourself? Ellen mocks and I glare at her. Do I look like the adventuring kind little girl? What is it? I ask, still glaring at her so she won't make matters worse. The core. Okay, so the word is said. Okay. Dennis has no way of knowing what that means but yeah. I keep glaring as I try to puzzle what that is. Then when I can't, I have to look at him. What is that? He chuckles. Well, that's not important to you. What is that it's going to be a crystal. I don't know what shape it's going to have since they're never the same, but it's going to be at the bottom of the dungeon. Okay? You let me have Brandon and no, boy. He stays. Think of him as my insurance. You're going to try your best to come back alive. And what's to say he's going to be alive when we return? Ellen demands. I have no interest in killing him. I'm perfectly happy to watch him suffer as he dies of hunger and dehydration. He looks like he's got a lot of endurance, so he's good for what, 3 weeks, a month without water? I doubt it's going to be pleasant, but it gives you ample time to reach the dungeon. Do you have directions to it? I ask. Do you have a map in your heads up? Not yet. He rumps in annoyance, then with a gesture a piece of paper appears on the table close to me. I take it. There's a rough outline of Louisville, as well as the trade roads, and a dotted trail from one of them to an X. X marks the spot, he says. There's no scale, so I have no way to tell how far it is, but there are enough landmarks. I should be able to find it. Can you tell me anything about the dungeon? It's going to kill a lot of you, he replies, laughing. So it's going to be tough. Tougher without Brandon. Don't do this, Brandon says. You lost the right to tell me what to do after the first time I had to rescue you. He snorts. I had to rescue you plenty of time. I glare at him. I'm a kid out on this first adventure. What's your excuse? He looks away. We're going to be back with this core of yours. I expect Brandon to be in the same condition he is now. I won't do anything to make him worse. I give you my word. I can't vouch for what time will do to him, so I suggest you hurry. I turn to leave, and the hallway is back. The rest of the house is just as decrepit as the kitchen, and it's like the old man never bothered taking care of it, or he just moved into an abandoned house. Rachel's not there when we Rachel's not there when we exit. The outside looked the same as before, like it's been maintained, just like the other house in the area. An illusion? Or does he make sure it looks normal to keep people from wondering about him? The first stop is the inn. Sam might know something about it. Maybe people willing to help us? Okay, actually, the first step will be, because if saying is the inn makes it sound like they're already there. First up will be the inn. Sam might know something about it. About the dungeon. Maybe people willing to help us. I think that's a lich, Silver whispers, and there's a shiver in her voice. I've never heard of that species. I look at Ellen, who shakes her head. It's not a species, it's a condition. Like a debuff? If it's like that, it's a combination of a buff and a debuff. According to the song, the men who became one gain an unending life, but only by taking others' hit points. Like a vampire? That's a species, Ellen says. But it's a bit like that, just without the drinking of the blood part. You notice how Brendan's health never changed? He probably absorbs any points above a certain level. Okay, so he can't suck Brendan dry. He might be able to. The man in the song ended up being killed because he sucked so many people dry. The others in the town turned on him. So we might get back to just to find a dry husk, Ellen says. He said he wasn't going to kill Brandon, I reply. And you believe him? I round on her. What the fuck do you want me to do, Ellen? Go back, kick the door in, and end up like Brandon? Unlike him, you have me. You really think you can take him on? She snorts. He's old. Attributes drop when you're old enough. And that's balance. That's balanced out with being high level, which works out in their favor. She snorts again. My combat trainer is old, probably as old as he is. She's Grandpa Lewis's mother, and I watched her take down monsters in the last wave back home. You're not that powerful, Ellen. And he might be stronger than that, Silver adds. In the song, the man uses a lot of those hit points to temporarily boost other stuff. I think it's like a pool he can apply where he wants at the cost of burning them out, so having to absorb more. Then we tell the city about him. They'll take him down for us. What crime has he committed? I ask. He's holding my brother, draining him. Someone who kicked in his door and assaulted an old man. I look at her. You really think they're going to look at Brandon and see a victim? How many others has he assaulted in the process of looking for information, Ellen? Be realistic. If the city gets involved, they might take Brandon away from that man, but they aren't letting him leave. The only chance we have to get him is what? The only chance we have is to get him what he wants. He said the dungeon was going to kill us, Silver said. Won't be the first one to try, I reply. And at least what he wants doesn't end up with us having to break laws. As far as I know, dungeons are fair game. And that concludes chapter 79 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 10 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Keep forgetting YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay. I will get back to that once I'm done with the captain's note, because spreading my attention is how I'm going to make worse mistake. All right, so I've got 45 here. So 46. All right, right. You're not keeping the. Well, I'm okay. That should not be quite as important. Um. Oh, damn it. Oh. 17th. 18th. Not as important because I'm going to do that, but makes me think that there's a few places where I did lose the italics that way. Yeah, well. Oh. Why do I keep forgetting to write these up? It's, this is really weird. And annoying. What? Why does that not feel right? It is, okay. Probably the mood of things having screwed up already, putting me in a mindset of I've screwed up more than I think. Another one that I... Jeez. I'm supposed to fill these things. Let me check. Let me guess. I forgot to do it here. I don't even have... I think I'm gonna go chapter per chapter and just dump that in place beforehand, because it seems like I keep forgetting the job I'm supposed to do. Oh. Telling me 3 minutes late is not what I want. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 24 enemies. And Muffin plays is in first place. Sigma's in second. Gator Paws takes over first. Muffin is in second. Sigma is in second. Muffin is in third. And we have a few enemies, and I think we're about to be done. Like now. Gator Paws is in first place, 4 kill, 15 assist. Muffin Plays Games is in second place, 12 assist. Sigma OS is in third, 11 assist. We've got gold. And no Dr. Derp. We've got fairies. And do we have a Decanizer? Nope, no Decanizer. Which means that Sergeant K Dog gets the gold, Gator Paws gets the fairies. Should I say gets dusted? And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. Alright, do I see an epic in here? I do not. So... more musketeers. Sorry, more monks. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And let's set that up. And move on to the next chapters. Let's confirm which one I'm at here. 15, so at 16. Alrighty. I'm gonna start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 16 of An Errant Dawn. The front of the group is on the 5th floor landing when people enter the stairwell from above us. On the 6th, they engage the enemy. Me and Claus have been relegated to the back, so we can't help. Not that the soldiers need it. The guards they fight are humans, and while I notice some of them have something similar to the soldiers strapped to their forearm, they don't have the training and coordination to make the best use of their boosted bodies. They've pushed to the 8th floor when a door below us shatters open. A glance over the guardrail shows me two massive massive arms coming up. Hybrids. I catch Humberd's eyes above me as he punches a human guard. Looks like you two get to prove your worth after all. Pass the duck to whoever's closest to you, then make sure you keep those things from decimating our rear. I hand off Amanda to a short soldier, the man who hasn't said anything the entire mission and looks unhappy at being turned into a carrier, not that he was doing anything. The stairwell isn't large enough for him to reach the fighting ahead, and he won't be needed below. I'm down 3 steps, revolver in one hand, unfolded sword in the other, when Humber's voice comes again. Before I forget, if you can't keep up, we're taking off without you, and you can fly on the back of your dog. 2 landings later, the first hybrid comes into view. I shoot it, chest hit, it staggers back, and thin pink blood leaks from the wound. But instead of seeing its internal organ, I only see a cracked bone plate. The blood reminds me of the one I fought in the cage, but there are differences. This one's skin is thicker, the bones harder, I expect, the eyes less animalistic. Robert said the military had multiple experiments going and implied I wasn't the only one to escape them. Is this where the scientists research started? Or did he also leave the military with his knowledge? I fire, I fire at the knee and that explodes into a stump. It falls sideways and down the stairs, but the others just step over him. They are all men, I note, and the stairwell is only large enough for 2 of them to fit side by side. There are 4 still standing. A look over the side doesn't show more coming. I fire at knees again, but they jump over the shot. I surprised the first one. These will not be disabled easily. One shot hits the hybrid behind the one I aim for, but the shoulder impact doesn't seem to bother him. I shoulder the revolver and tear my right glove off my skin, tear the right glove as my skin extends into a second sword. The first 2 reach us, and I take one, slashing at him and step back, drawing him higher to separate them. I give myself and Claw more space to fight. The irradiated sword barely cuts the skin, while my black blade goes deep into the bone. Fortunately, this one's smarter than the one I fought in the cage, and I don't get many hits before he finds his first opening and punches me in the chest. Pain explodes in spite of being covered with my black skin, and I'm sprawled on my back on the stairs, catching my breath. He grins at me maliciously, giving me the time to prepare myself before pushing his perceived advantage. I plant a foot in his chest and kick him down the stairs. I'm on my feet as a guard jumps from the landing below and opposite us, grabs the railing and propels himself onto me. I note the injector, the savage expression, and punch him as hard as I can. Bones break. He hits the landing on the other side to more bone breaking. Then he tumbles down the well. I turn to deal with the next approaching hybrid as I slowly back up the stairs to keep up with the soldiers. Claus appears before me, pushing me against the wall just before gunfire erupts, and he takes them. And he takes the bullets. When he moves away, I see the wounds. We don't need bullet wounds at this point. I see the wounds, small but not closing, which means they're irradiated bullets. Before I think about it, I have my revolver in hand and fire once at each of the guard's chest. Two down with a surprised expression, two go down with a surprised expression, and a gaping hole where their heart had been. The revolver clicks empty when I fire the third one. A hybrid tackles me as I reach in a pocket for bullets, and the revolver tumbles into the well. Annoyed, I throw the hybrid after it, then grab the one pummeling Claws, sending it down after the other. We're on the 10th landing. On 10th floor landing. Below us, humans guards have taken the place of the hybrid, but they are keeping their distance, taking shots at us as they can. I glance at Claws again. His injuries have healed slightly. He calms me with a rumble. Healthy, strong, it says, and I nod. Now isn't the time for me to be distracted. I'm susceptible to irradiated bullets, too. The pace picks up as the soldiers finish the last of the guards ahead of them. We reach the 13th floor and hurry into the maze. I look for anything to bar the door, but short of ripping off a wall, nothing is available. At the end of the corridor, Koplar yells, "You make a laugh. It's going to be the right next then." "Why have you stopped?" "It's the dead end," a man yells. "It can't be. My map shows it goes on for 100 meters and..." "Your map's wrong," Klein yells. "I knew we couldn't trust you. You think you can just join us and replace..." "Shut up," Humbert yells as the door slams open behind us. "Koplar, find us a route. Angelo, you have the dock, so you and Koplar are against the wall. Everyone else in front of them. The dock is the priority. Koplar after her." "Cover would be nice right about now," Klein comments. "That's what our two sacrificial armies are for," Humbert replies, him and the soldiers taking position behind us. "They have irradiated ammunition," Claus says. "And they have boost," Humbert snarls. "If you aren't happy about it, lodge a complaint with whoever stole it from us." "Boost isn't a threat to us," I tell him, taking his sidearm and emptying it into the guard rounding the corner. I ignore Humbert's protest as I put it back in its holster. "I have a path," Coupler yells in victory. "Angelo, stay with her. Everyone else forms up around them. We stay between them and the enemy." I want to rush the guards, fight, hunt, but hold back. With the soldiers laying down cover fire, a retreat is the best strategy. Someone taps my side, and as we reach the intersection between us and the guards, peeking around the corner, only to duck back as the burst of bullet fired in their direction. Klein offers me his sidearm, and I take it without questioning the man's generosity. The ground vibrates, a steady feeling under my feet and in the air. Claus looks around, searching, but all there is are walls around us. Then guards rounding the corner, I fire at them along with the soldiers. When the gun clicks empty, I almost run at them. But Claus' hand on my shoulder keeps me with the soldiers. "You have got to be fucking kidding me," Koplar complains. "The walls can move. The way's now closed." "Then find us another one," Humbert yells. I take the magazine Klein hands me and fire. As he fires his machine gun one-handed, and I reload and reload. I don't need the eye. And reload. "What's the point?" Koplar replies, angry. "They're going to close that on us, too." "How thick are the wall?" I ask in a lull. "How the fuck do you expect me to know that?" she replies. "Maybe look when one moves," Klein says offhandedly before I formulate a reply. "What are you thinking?" Humbert asks, then fires a short burst at a guard running from one side of the intersection to the other. "I'm stronger than you, and Claus is much stronger than I am. He might be able to punch through and rip us an opening." "That's going to cost us our largest cover," Humbert replies. "He dies," I say, "and so do you." The anger in my voice has the captain staring at me. Worry momentarily replacing the anger. Does he understand that if he allows Claus to die, the guards won't be who kills him? The ground rumbles loudly, and the wall at our back slides away. "Oh, this can't be good," Koplar says. "It's a large room without any exit. We can't go in there." And we can't stay here, Humbert yells back, or go the way we came. It's a kill box, Captain, she replies, and we'll kill anyone trying to enter it. We rush in. The room's easily 15 meters on all sides, but Koplar's right. Since they control the walls, they can lock us in. You, Humbert points to Claus, go to the other side. You'll be our decoy with your boy here. Get their attention. Klein, take position with half on the right side. I'll take the left with the rest. We shoot them down the moment they pass us. Claus needs to stay here in case they close this opening, I tell him. No, you are going to do what? The ground vibrates again, and Koplar yells and points to the opposite side, to the wall sliding out of the way. We run for it, me and Claus taking the lead easily. We're in the middle of the room when a roar hits me like a demon punch. Submit. I stagger to a stop. It takes all my concentration to keep my legs from folding under me, from obeying. I look at Claus, worried. If the command hit me this hard, how did he? Claus is down, smaller than I've ever seen him. He's trembling, not trying to stand. Stand up, I tell him. We can take whoever that is. He looks at me, and the terror in his eyes is such I almost drop to my knees. Claus isn't afraid of anything, anyone or anything. Even protects, for as old as he is, only engenders respect, not fear. Anger propels me to stand between him and whoever is in that corridor. I will not let anyone hurt him anymore. The soldiers are at our back, aiming ahead and behind at the guards entering the room. Gunfire erupts around me, but I barely hear it. The roar is ongoing. The demand that I submit is the only thing I can fight. Something moves in the corridor's darkness, slowly enough. I get hints of its size as they lumber forward, their heat adjusting to the air they displace. This demon is huge. The roar stops as they enter the room. They are tall, massive, commanding, and as they look around, they fix their glowing red eyes on me and roar again. The command hits me harder, now mixed with amusement and disdain, and Claus whimpers. The right sleeve on my trench coat rips apart as Spike pushed through it, but I don't move. I am the only one standing between Claus and that thing. No, I say through gritted teeth, or at least I think I say it. The command reverberates through my bones. The roar makes my ears ring, but I will not obey. I am not some young demon that bends to an elder's will just because they are older, stronger. I don't see the blow. I know it didn't come from the demon, but as my consciousness fades, I also know no humans can hit me so hard I'll react. There's only humans behind me, except for. And that concludes chapter 16 of Inerrant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other two books in the trilogy, they are available on Kindle Unlimited. If you want to support me in a different way, that is on my Patreon, where you can also get access to basically everything else I've written. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I think I forgot something. All right, that's 46. Okay. Back to this. Ah, 19. That makes it 21. No preview text. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Fine, there's nobody there, but still. We're 40 chapters in. It's 50. How the hell did I miss that? Okay, this is up to date. Which means the next one to deal with is that. It's gonna finish tomorrow. So 79. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 92 enemies. Could be fun. Could be fun. Okay, we're getting allies. Cupcake-ish is in first place. Mrs. Hyde takes that over. VR Mind is in third. All right, looks like we are turning the tide pretty heavily with our allies. Yeah, we're basically done, aren't we? Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 9 kill, 11 assist. VR Mind is in second place, 4 and 4. Cupcake-ish is in third, 6 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got a fairy. Do we have a Dekineser? Nope, no we do not. And the shinobi is not claimed by anyone. So, Gator Paws gets a fairy. Meow Meow gets shinobis and Saffron Moonpire gets gold. And we move on to the gold chest. And still no epics. So, a monk. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, so let's get back to this. And I will start the recording by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Actually, where's my cursor? Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 17 of An Errant Dawn. Yeah, forgot. Consciousness returns painfully, and I reflexively touch the size of my head to establish the extent of the injury. It's tender, and the pain flares. Outside of Amanda's care, I've fallen unconscious only once, under the wrinkle skin's claws. This was one strike, administered by someone who knew what they were doing, knows how tough I am, even without my black skin protecting me. I pushed a sense of betrayal down. He did not betray me. Cannot have done that. There is something else happening here. I can accept betrayal from humans. They lie even when they think they're helping me. But demons are straightforward. Claus might withhold something from me, but he doesn't lie. He doesn't betray me. Under my hands, as I push myself up, the floor is cold and metallic. The buzzing of sounds resolve itself into words, conversations, voices I recognize, a variety of tones, annoyance, amusement, derision. Well, look who's finally waking up, Humbert says dryly. I look over my shoulder through metal bars. He sits on the floor across the corridor from me, leaning against the back walls of his cell. The only thing in it with him is a toilet. For someone who's supposed to be indestructible, you sure took your time waking up. You've been conscious longer than you. To be fair to him, the man in the cell next to him, none of us were hit by his boyfriend. Just whose side are you on, Klein? Humbert demands. Yours, of course. That doesn't mean I can't appreciate that his head stayed attached. I know Murray's would have come right off. Pop! Klein makes an explosion gesture with his hand. Fuck you, Klein, a woman says. Except for the back wall, all sides of the cells are bars, and I can see them on my left and right, as well as Humbert's side. Each one contains one soldier. Claus is in the one next to me. He shrinks in on himself as I look at him, angry. I grab the bar separating us to rip it out of the way. Electricity explodes through me. Then I'm on my back, trying to get my limbs to move. The world dissolves into static for a few seconds, then control slowly returns as the pain diminishes. I roll onto my stomach and push myself to my feet again. Humbert's mouth moves, but only gibberish comes from it. He shakes his head in annoyance. Klein tells him something, then points at me. Fried his brain. The words finally resolve themselves, and I look at him. I think it's wearing off. You okay? Humbert asks with reluctance. It hurts more than I expected. I have to think all the way back to the experiments Amanda's scientists conducted on me to remember something resembling this level of pain. I think they jacked up the power on both your cells to take into account how tough you and your boyfriend are, Humbert says. Granted, I don't know about it since it hasn't moved. Claus isn't my boyfriend, I snap, anger flaring unexpectedly. Humbert chuckles. How am I supposed to tell? With the way you two are attached at the hip. I glare at him. I don't have whatever allows you to be romantically attached to anyone, human or demon. If you're going to keep wasting time assigning some human's relationship to us, then think of him as my parent. I didn't think you were the type who cared. Humbert sneers at me. I don't! I take a step toward the bar before I can stop myself, intent on going over there and pounding him into him just how little I care about his opinion. My hand is almost at the bar before I can stop myself. His brain might still be on the scrambled side, Klein says. The electricity was strong enough he smoked for a second or two. Does that explain my lack of self-control? I've never been electrocuted to this level, and when they tested my resistance to electricity, I was allowed to rest afterward. I want to turn and look at Claus, find out why he did what he did, but if I reacted this way to Humbert's taunting, how am I going to react to Claus' answers? What kind of damage can I cause to him if I can't control myself? I need something safe to think about while my body fixes itself. Can you give me an update? Humbert smirks, and I feel the glare forming, the angry retort trying to force its way out of my mind as he enjoys my weaker position. The obvious part, Klein says, is that we've been captured. He ignores the look of betrayal Humbert gives him, and I can't stop the chuckle. I don't know why, but somehow that's funny to me. The clear side of my mind isn't back to normal. Once you were down, more guards and hybrids stormed the room, which was better than the alternative, considering that big-ass demon brought yours to its knee and turned it against you. The demon ordered Claus? The fight is a blur of motion and feeling. I remember the demon's demand for submission, resisting it. Some amusement at my effort, but I'm certain there was no attack orders mixed in. It didn't say anything, Humbert says after a pointed look at Klein. But there had to be something, right? I see him fight the urge to finally rest his head against the wall. All joking aside, the two of you are kind of devoted to one another. The arrival of that demon had an effect on yours. He snapped his mouth shut on the coming mockery. He breathed silently for a few seconds. It affected Claus. After what I saw with Adam, I didn't think anything could scare it, but it was terrified. Nearly literally a puddle on the floor. I don't know what passed between them. Demons talk in a range we can't hear. None of the scientists have worked out how yet, but that's coming. As he works to maintain his self-control, I realize most people did something the military hasn't managed yet, and they did it centuries ago. Of course, the military is more interested in killing demons than communicating with them. That has to have impeded their research. Humbert lets out a breath and nods to Claus Cage. He knocked you out, we were stormed, and here we are. I'm surprised they didn't kill us outright. I'm surprised they didn't kill us right there. I woke up a good hour before you. I was up before that, Klein says proudly. Dr. Walker came by a few times and that time to check on you. She ignored the rest of us. Big surprise there. She was annoyed you weren't awake the last time she came by. Maybe Klein checks his bare wrist, grins at his teeth, maybe 10 minutes ago. No, grinds his teeth. Maybe 10 minutes ago. He runs a finger over it. Below where the injector assembly would be, where the humans wear watches or bracelet. My entire jacket is gone. His entire jacket is gone, as is that of every soldier. Disappointment seems to be the only emotion I engender in her. My calm response and lack of desire to snap Humbert's neck is enough of an indication I'm back in control of myself. I turn to face Claus. He hasn't moved. He's as far from me as he can be in his cell without touching the bars. I step to the one separating us, hating that they are there. I crouch. Why? He looks at me, the glow in his eyes dim. Normally, I attribute it to a demon being near death or weak from injuries, but I can tell Claus is healthy, despite the few injuries he received in the fight. That same sense that lets me pick him out of a crowd regardless of what shape he's in. He pulls himself onto something even pulls himself into something even smaller. Rules us all would have killed you. I force details out of my scrambled memory. The roar, claws crumbling, me nearly folding under it, his plight giving me strength, stepping between the two of them. I was trying to protect you, I say. I know. His expression softens, and I smile back. I do not wish to lose another child. Rules of Saul could not abide your stubbornness. Any who resists rules of Saul dies. Those who submit live. Humbert snorts. The rest of us seem to have fared well enough, and trust me, not one of us submitted to anything. We fought until they brought us down. You are human, Claus answers in a dismissive tone I rarely hear from him. Rarely hear him use. What does that mean? Klein asks, but we ignore him. Claus did what he always does with me, what he thought was best. I don't like it, but I understand it. Their name is Rules Us All? Do you know them? Claus shakes his head. And do they rule all of you? No. My people do not have societies the way humans do. We have families. A family can be large, and it will have an elder who holds power over the other because age brings it, but it will not extend outside of the territory. So his name is pure ego, Humbert asks in derision. Claus looks at me, confused, and I have to think back to Jason's teaching for an answer. They call themselves Rules Us All because they believe they should, not because it is fact. Claus is silent for a few seconds. Names are, he trails off, searching for something. Descriptive, I offer, and he shakes his head. Claus in the dark describes who you are, I explain. It is more complex. The words are for you, for them. He rumbles, and I get a sense of him hunting, stalking, more. Something that reverberates in my bone, how I knew his call. I was run swift when the madness ended. The rumbles shift and becomes a sense of an object passing him quickly. But that vibration remains the same. I always sneaks around when I left my parents for the wilderness. More stalking, slow, a sense of pleasure at pouncing on prey, but that vibration is still the same. I would have known him in those phases of his life. Words are a human thing. We are who our family shapes us into being, who we learn to be. So he might be named Rules Us All because of his family? I do not know. Humans are involved, and humans change everything. The annoyance in his tone is sufficiently palpable. Some of the soldiers raise their voice in protest. My people has never sought to rule. We do not have a word for ruling, for placing one above the others. An elder is still part of the family, not above them. But you have the concept of submission, I reply. Rules Us All demanded that you submit, that we both submit. You demanded it before, back in the city, when you defended me from your child. It is not what I have observed of human. We intruded on Rules Saul's territory. My child disobeyed me by threatening you. He falls silent, and I wait. Rules Saul have hunted us, off his territory, should have hunted us off his territory if we did not submit. It is how things are done for us, emotions around us, not this. The word submit is not ours, it is human. He thinks again. Respect is what I demanded of my child. Respect my position as his parent, his elder. He is silent again. Humans have changed everything. Then I hesitate. What am I thinking? What I am thinking goes against what Claus said, but protected the community showed me a way humans can have changed things here. Can humans have named him rules us all? That's bullshit, Humbert says. No one would ever want to live under a demon's rule. I look at the man over my shoulder. Moors and his town aren't exactly ruled by Protect, but they are fine with the authority he represents. But when I answer him, I'm thinking back to the city, the time of the lie. Among it, there was something that remained true even once I left. You don't believe that. Some humans let demon order them around. Gangs who follow them. Gangs who will follow them. Gang who find them. Wow, how did I see follow here? Gangs will find them people to hunt in exchange for protection. The man snorts. That's not the same. Those are small-time criminals who feed their own people. Just will feed their own people just to save their skin. Anyone with more than a handful of brain cells would fight against a demon. Letting them rule us is a recipe for genocide. Claus looks at me questioningly. That's a word I've encountered in my own learning. Amanda and Jason were careful never to let it enter my vocabulary during the time of the lie. It's when one group leads to the complete destruction of another. I tell him, surprised he hasn't come across it himself. He nods. What humans are doing to my people. Hi, Humbert exclaims. We only kill you because you hunt humans. You leave us alone and we'll be more than happy to live in peace. I snort. My existence proves you wrong, Captain Humbert. Amanda's continued research proves you wrong. The military's continued support of her research, and others like her do the same. I look at him over my shoulder. Maybe not all humans want demons exterminated. Maybe you don't, but Amanda does. Your military does. Klein laughs. Klein laughs loud and heartily. Oh, he got you there, Cap. I stare at the man, baffled. You don't deny it? Klein shrugs. I've been a soldier for more than 20 years. I've had to make peace with a lot of horrible things. I do believe that what we do is for the good of the most people in the long term. I wouldn't still be doing this if I didn't. Killing my people will not be good for anyone in the long term, Claus states. You're wrong there. Amanda's voice sounds through the cell. You are so very wrong. A door opens and she enters. Demons are the bane on this world. You kill and eat indiscriminately. You're nothing more than animals, just smart enough to corrupt anything and anyone who comes close to you. Dr. Walker, Humbert begins. Don't even try to proclaim your innocence, Captain. She cuts him off. You're here with that. She points at Claus. I knew you were tainted when I saw you let it leave without trying to kill it. When you didn't bomb that city after we left it. I don't know what lies you told your superiors, but that they didn't remove you tells me you are no better. Kettle, Klein says, let me introduce you to Pot. She stares at him incomprehensibly. I step to the bar. I don't know the expression Klein used, but I have an idea what he's alluding to. You're protected by demons. That's not the same, she replies, her tone cold. They're a means to an end. Mr. Graves is only keeping them around until my project is perfected. She points at me. Then you will be what protects us. Well, your successors, those who can do what they're told. Not can. Those who do what they're told. Watch her face. Look for deception. She believes what she tells me. Then do not lie to them, Amanda. I can't tell you what I would have done if I'd known the truth from the start, but the pain of finding out you lied to me, you and Jason, is why I left. It told you that, she snaps. You were fine until it showed up and talked to you, until you let it fill your head with its lies about me. If you'd killed it like you were made to do, none of this would have happened. She believes what she says. I search for the hard but fair and rational woman I remember. The one driving me to be better, arguing with Jason over what better meant. Did she ever exist? She lied, but the level of conniving required to put on such an act is beyond her, isn't it? Or did I simply not know what to look for back then? I don't recognize anyone in those eyes. The Amanda I knew isn't there. That she might never have been there doesn't matter. I breathe easier. I breathe easier realizing that. I'm done, Amanda, I say. I'm done thinking of you as anything more than another human. Once we deliver you to the military, you don't have to worry about seeing me again. The woman my throat constricts, but I force myself to say it, to get it out so it will be gone. Cared for no longer exists, if she ever did. The next time you are kidnapped, I won't come to your rescue. She raises an eyebrow. Just how full of yourself do you have to be to think I ever gave a damn about you? You're a machine. Not even that. You're just a proof of concept. She snaps her finger and the door opens again. 6 muscular human enter, each armed with machine guns. Once you've demonstrated to Mr. Grave my process works, you'll have outlived your usefulness. Claus is up and as close to us as his cell allow. Do not hurt him, he warns, growing until he almost touches the ceiling. If he does not return unharmed, I will hunt and eat you. She snorts. If you think you scare me, you're wrong. I've seen you cower. You're not so scary when you're not the biggest thing around, are you? Klaus growls. You do not understand my people if you think anyone will keep me from eating you if you harm my child. He's mine, she yells. I made him. I don't know how you got him to think he has anything to do with monsters like you, but that's not going to be a problem for long. She motions at the guard. Take him out of his cell. Mr. Graves is waiting for the demonstration. Klaus growls, demands submission in the other tone, fear mixing in, increasing when the humans don't react the way demons would. It continues to increase in as exasperation replaces the demand. It's all right, I tell him. They won't hurt me. I smile at him, since I can't send my confidence through this fear. They're only human. And that concludes chapter 17 of An Errant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's available along with the 2 other books in the trilogy on Kindle Unlimited. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, this one's going to be on the long side. Okay, that's there. That's done. Hey, Cherna, welcome to this stream. I am here for another 40 minutes, give or take. Um, but after that, I will be heading off. Today's only going to be a half day. Um, Things to take care of because I screwed up over the weekend. Um, I need to get paperwork printed out, and I brought the wrong paperwork when I went to Staples to get that printed out. So on a level in the moment, it really drove me nuts. Like, I hate making those mistakes because I know I'm gonna make those mistakes. Hey, Decanezer, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated, and I try to guard myself against making those mistakes, and every so often I fall victim to it. I take for granted that everything is okay, and I know better than to take that for granted. I should always double and triple check. But, that is the price, so I have to take the afternoon off, go deal with that. But yeah, I'm leaving, I'm ending the stream at about 11:30 my time, which is in about 40 minutes. I'm hoping it will go well and that I will also have enough willpower to avoid buying too much junk food on the way back. Because I'm going to be uh, literally next door to a Walmart to deal with the paperwork. So not going into the Walmart is a non-issue. Like, I'm going to go in. If nothing else, because I want to get a couple of items there. The battle will be to not. Junk food is good. Well, when you've got junk in the name, I would tend to disagree about that. Wait, wrong. That's not the one I want. This is the one. Oh, actually, no. This is the one I want. And how are you doing, Decanezer? What are you up to these days? That's done. Remembering my Christmas gift this weekend, 7-hour drive twice. Will you hate me if I go, well, that sounds like nice driving. Saint-Quentin to jusqu'à Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. Wait, are you in Quebec? New Brunswick. Really? So then it'd be St. Quentin. Still, 7 hour of driving is nice driving. I sometimes miss the road. Like I don't miss the job. Saint Jean. Yeah, I know where Saint Jean sur Richelieu is. I'm a Quebec native, so while I won't claim to know the province, I'm familiar with the big places, and also while being a trucker, I drove there too often. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Neon takes over second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. Sigma is in first. Neon's in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. We've already gotten most of the enemies. Feels like the longest thing will be to deal with the towers. Although, looks like we may not actually need too many people. It looks like we've got all the towers on. There we go. We're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 15 assists. Neon Hollow is in second place, 12 assists. Mrs. Hyde is in third, 9 kill, 2 assists. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Nope. Fairies! How about a Decanizer? Yes, we do. Alrighty, the gold goes to Bard Crest. And for the last battle of the day, we will take on an insane battle. Yeah, I'm not risking starting a battle at 11:15 because as soon as I end my day, I need to start working on the rest. And I'm pretty sure that's going to distract me and I'm going to forget to run the battle. Actually, that might have been a better spot, but too late. Alrighty. Actually, you know what? I'm going to mark this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. It's French. Most northern New Brunswick is French. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if, because, Saint-Quentin can be English. Like Quentin is, basically the same thing as Quentin. So I was uncertain. Alrighty, I will do another chapter. Am I going for 18 or something else? Come on. Yep, 18. Alrighty, so confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 18 of An Errant Dawn. Amanda leads me with the guards surrounding me outside. The building we exit is short, made entirely of concrete. I fight the urge to look up as we approach the waiting car. I know somewhere above us drones watch, but I don't want to let the people watching know I'm aware of them. In. Amanda points to the open back door. No. I go in willingly, and the colonel has no choice but to assume I betrayed them again. She looks at me in disbelief in her face. Do you think you have a choice? I might not have any of the poison I created for you, but these guns are still loaded with the irradiated bullets. I cross my arm over my chest. How much of a demonstration to this Mr. Graves am I going to be if I'm bleeding and dying? The smile that forms on her lips is odd, different from the nasty one she wore the last time I rescued her. There is outright malevolence in it now. You're going to be a better one than if we just stand here all day. In the car, now. The guard hits the back of my head with the butt of his rifle. You heard the lady. Get in. I turn to face him, more to show I don't need the him. More to show the hit didn't affect me, but also time to plan. If I can force him to be more aggressive, the colonel might understand the situation I'm in and not consider the mission a failure yet. They didn't say it this time, but I expect bombing the city is still how they will deal with the situation if the mission is considered a failure. They already consider anyone still in the city an enemy. Do you think you can force me? I ask him, indicating the machine gun he holds with a nod. The man smiles, a show of teeth that tries and fails to intimidate the way a demon threatens an enemy. He raises the machine gun, muscle tensing. He expects to enjoy this, maybe be praised by Amanda or whoever he considers important. The weapon's butt is halfway to my face when I move. I snap it out of his hand and break it over my knee before the man's momentum sends him off balance and he falls on the floor. The others step back as I drop the machine gun's pieces next to the man, and he gets to his feet. They're aiming at me, but check with one another, uncertain what to do. I'm surprised at their hesitation. Don't the hybrids show this level of speed? They didn't in the stairwell, but I thought it was because of the tight quarters. Maybe it's the cunning that worries them? The hybrids don't seem all that smart. I smile at them without bothering to show my teeth. Safety's come off. Don't shoot him, you idiot! Amanda yells at them before turning back to me. Are you looking to die? What's going to happen to that big demon of yours if you aren't there to protect it? I face her, putting the others out of my mind. Me staying alive isn't protecting a demon, but you. She scoffs, like I'm scared of that thing. And she isn't. Somehow, she has twisted her perception of reality in such a way that she believes she's immune to Rosa Saul's anger, or any of the other demons here. Now, You're getting in, or I'm telling these men to empty their guns in your leg and they'll drag you in. I consider pointing out that won't keep me from killing them. I step into the back of the car, and hope the display was enough to show the colonel I'm not doing this willingly. A guard sits on each side of me, and they comment on how I will give them pleasure once this is over. I fix on one, my face impassive as he laughs at the other's description. It was a lewd act, the kind even Jason blushed, describing when he was explaining why men engage in sex, even if there are no chances of producing offspring. He falls silent, and I turn my gaze on the other as fear replaces lust in the car. When the car stops, we are at the edge of the part of the city that these people occupy, what Harry called their kingdom. Another block, and the buildings are uninhabited. The building is 3 stories high, made of bricks, and that is in better condition than those around it. A man in a red and gold uniform I don't recognize opens the door for us as we approach. He gives Amanda a slight bow, removing the red and gold cap, then donning it again, donning it back as he straightens. Amanda doesn't slow as she crosses the lobby. The stairs are at the back, large enough all of us can go up side by side. Instead, they surround me again, with Amanda in the lead. Man and woman come and go, looking busy or bored. The busy one look like administrative staff, the others are armed, so guards. The furnishing is what Jason would describe as lavish, something emphasizing comfort and demonstrating wealth over utility. Something the rich did, he'd added in a dismissive tone, because they had so much money they felt everyone has had had to know about it. Money is a mark of power among humans, so this Mr. Graves is powerful. So what does it say of Amanda that all the furniture in her office was utilitarian, even back in the time of the lie? Was it an acknowledgement she wasn't in charge, or something more complex? The stairs curve into a landing connected to a balcony, then continue to the 3rd floor. A guard unlocks the door as we approach, opens it, and I'm shoved in. The door closes and locks behind me. There are no windows or exits. 2 of the walls are comprised of shelves but filled with books. A stepladder rests against the shelves, allowing access to the top ones. The scent is interesting. Old, slightly, you know what, that's going to be plural. The scents are interesting. Old, slightly moldy, dry. Jason showed me books as part of my education. It's an older method of recording information that some people still prefer over computer files. Robert spoke of book when he talked about all the reading he did. I breathe in again and tease apart more of the complex scent. It differs from the book Jason showed me. Those had a sterility to them I associated with everything back then. This? I make up 3 pulp, some chemicals I don't know, leather. Do humans perceive these nuances? I've never seen any indication their sense of smell was that advanced. A fireplace is in the center of the left wall. It has logs in it, see unmarked bottles on display. And even at this distance, I smell the alcohol. I look around, trying to understand the purpose of the room, why they left me alone in it. It isn't a holding cell. The door is wooden, so I can break it with one kick. Unless the elder demon is in the building, I can get out before they get here. There is a sense of age to this room, and Jason explained that many things gain value as they become old. I can destroy everything here before they react. Is this a show of power? Is this willingness to place this wealth at risk a demonstration of how wealthy they are? They don't care if I destroy everything here? Humans are confusing. The door opens and I face it. The man who enters is thin. He's dressed in a dark blue business suit and has the bearing of someone used to giving orders and having them obeyed. He reminds me of the colonel in how he studies me. Amanda looks shabby next to him, in her ill-fitting gray suit and lab coat over it. He's a little shorter than I am, his skin not as dark as mine. Tanned is how Jason would describe it. He smiles and it only shows pleasure. So, that is Derek, he asks Amanda. Model 4, yes, she answers with an annoyed shake of the head. Jason is the one who insisted on naming him. Hiring him was a mistake. The man nods but isn't paying her any attention. He walks around me. I keep facing Amanda, trying to determine what she intends here. It's only the three of us. Is the absence of guard another show of power? This man isn't important enough to matter if I kill him. Neither is Amanda. And he's your most successful one to date? A statement. Interesting. Has Amanda not made others in the years after she was rescued from Amanda? He's the one who survived the longest, she finally answers with reluctance. But I wouldn't consider him a success since he betrayed me to side with the demons. Suppose you have a point. There's amusement in the man's voice. How about a demonstration of his capabilities? Now I turn to face the man. He's at the cabinet studying the bottles before taking one and pouring some in a glass. How about a drink? You know I don't drink, Mr. Graves, Amanda answers. I don't show my surprise at the revelation as the man clucks his tongue. And now you've gone and ruined the surprise. Everyone has acted as if Mr. Graves is the person in charge, and this man doesn't smell like he's lying. If he's so important, why is he here without protection? Amanda is delusional, but this man has to understand the danger I represent. He turns to face me, glass in hand, and he offers for you, Mr. He trails off. Is it Mr. Derek? Simply Derek? Or maybe Mr. Dark? He smiles. I understand you consider the demon who accompanies you to be related to you. Personally, I like Derek Dark. It suits you. He motions to me, to my black trench coat. I study him in silence. Answer him, Amanda orders. Humans don't subvocalize, but they have ways of communicating without speaking, body language. Demons also have that. Jason explained it's something that happens to any social species because they aren't always able to speak, to communicate. He worked hard at teaching me some of it, while others I picked up on my own. I expect I use it often without realizing it. Jason also explained that it's ingrained so deep in people that it's instinctive, though there is a large subset that needs conscious decisions to use. Humans shake hands to express pleasurable meeting. They throw items to show displeasure, makes gesture as codification of language. Those vary from one location to another, but in my travel, I have noticed some are constant. I do not interact with humans enough to have used many of them. I shook Robert's hand at least the last time I saw him. I raise my hand. The gesture is mechanical. I don't have the practice to make it smooth. I make a fist and raise the middle finger. I don't bother turning to look at Amanda. She gasps and the man spits and drink, then chokes on his laughter. I feel satisfaction at her reaction, and I am puzzled at his. How dare you? She sputters. I made you. You will show me respect and do what I tell you. I face her and choose my word carefully, drawing on the mini conversation I've overheard in my time among humans. I want to be certain my words carry the right tone. Go fuck yourself. Her face reddened as the man laughs harder. She grabs the tall lamp next to her and steps toward me, holding it like a weapon. That's enough, Doctor. The man's tone is cold, the laughter gone in an instant. Amanda stops, and I'm surprised at the worry I see in her eyes before she covers it up with a sneer directed at me. I apologize for his behavior, she says, placing the lamp back. I did warn you he had defects. No need to apologize, Doctor. I like a man who has a mind of his own. Mindless soldiers have their place, but Dr. Dunn already provides me with those. I'm expecting something better from you, Dr. Walker, and Derek is much closer to what I want to see than you seem to think. You misunderstand what he is, Mr. Graves, she tells him. Number 4 isn't free thinking. He's a slave to the demons. He does what they tell him. He's more like them than us. That's what I've been trying to solve. I feel the man's eyes on me. I think you're underestimating him, Doctor. A demon wouldn't have bothered giving you the finger. If he'd felt insulted, he would have eaten you. If what you said didn't matter, he would have ignored you. He smiles. That was a very human reaction. Those are the kind of things I want you to preserve when you put my father through the process. The implication takes a few seconds to sink in as I'm busy watching Amanda. There's no defiance in her, and it surprises me. The Amanda I remember, the one I have dealt with, even here, lashes out when someone disagrees with her. In the time of the lies, only Jason was immune to it, and I believe it is because how skilled he is at using language. I turn to the man. He is seated, his glass in hand, studying me. Why would you want your father to be what I am? Not exactly, he says. I need him to retain his memories, but Dr. Walker tells me she's close to achieving that. Won't that make him like Adam? I ask her. Didn't he teach you not to try that again? She snorts. If I let failure stop me, you wouldn't exist, so count yourself lucky. I learned from Adam. You're a result of that learning, and you let that demon of yours kill him. At least, show his memory some respect. I'm also not interested in a version of that model, the man says. He indicates the chair angled to his. Why don't you take a seat, Derek? No. I answer flatly, then consider how he has treated me and add, thank you. He nods. From the report I read, Amanda's main failure was a lack of emotional attachment to people, as well as mental instability. Reading further, that's been resolved with you. Does he believe that? He smells like he does. Did Amanda lie to him? Why would you put your father through this? Make him like me? I thought humans respected and honored their parents. Amanda's lack of reaction confirms she doesn't see herself as such. The man raises an eyebrow. Don't you see what you are as an honor? I'm a killer. I don't have that attachment to humans you want. Jason did his best, but I hardly understand you. I had to teach myself not to just kill, to be better than that, to not just kill. I had to teach myself not to just kill, to be better than that. But you were able to. The man leans forward. Don't you see how amazing that is? She made you one thing, but you broke away from it. You took your destiny into your own hands. Doesn't your father already have that? The man leaned back in his chair, his face clouding over. My father's dying. Took a long drink. He's old by human standard. He built everything we have from the ground up. The smile that forms is sad. My father is a powerful man, but time remains out of his control. We have medicines, we have machines, but that only extends lives by decades. Do you have any idea how long demons live? Do you know that no demon has ever died of old age? For all we know, demons are immortal. He points to me. You're immortal. I shake my hand. I will die. You're going to die fighting, the man states, and it's going to have to be something strong that kills you. But what if you had an easier life? I'm not saying sitting around not doing anything, but what if you aren't alone? What if you had people working with you, for you? What if you had a team to help you in your battles? Memory surfaces, craving others like me, asking Amanda why I worked alone while other cities had teams. Her replies were lies, but they didn't invalidate the yearning for others. Is that what you want for your father? He chuckles. My father will take what he wants, will make what he wants, or take it. I'm asking you, Derek. Once Dr. Walker has perfected her method, I can give you that team. I can give you a family. Isn't that what you want? It's one of the few things humans and demons have in common, a desire for family. The offer is honest, and I want to say yes. My time with Morse people, protects people, has made me realize I don't want to be alone. But It's so much a reflection of what I asked Amanda that I can't trust it. I can't trust them. And I am not alone anymore. I have a family. Claws in the dark. He can stay with you, the man says without hesitation. What? Amanda protests. That isn't. A glare silences her. As pleasant as the man is with me, there is an undercurrent of viciousness in his body language. It's fleeting, but it reminds me of the first child of Claus I met, the one who wanted me dead, wanted to make me suffer before he ended me. What do you say, Derek? You can have it all. You can be your own boss, except for when I need you to do jobs for me. Claus in the Darks can use the maze when he needs to feed, and even make sure it's animals. If the good doctor has indoctrinated the dislike of hunting humans so deeply for you to overcome and eat and let him do that. His implication that Claus wants to hunt humans makes the urge to rip the man apart surge, and I hope it doesn't show on my face. In that offer, he has revealed something about himself I can't stand. He doesn't care. He cares for nothing. He cares nothing for me, for demons, for humans. All he cares about is him, what he wants. The rest of us inside his little kingdom are only alive because he feels we are of use to him. Knowing that, I know that what my answer has to be. There's only one thing I can say to ensure I and Claw live. But I can't say it. I can't agree to this offer. While Jason and Amanda have taught me to lie without meaning to, I would have to lie to myself to agree, lie to Claus to get him to agree. I also can't just tell him no. His response to Amanda's outburst show me he takes refusal worse than she does. I searched through everything Jason taught me about dealing with humans for a way to answer him that will not end with Claus and me ripped apart immediately by the Elder Demon. I appreciate your offer, Mr. Graves. I'm honored that you think I have a place here, but I have to decline. I don't function well among other people, among humans. You're too complex. In time, I'll be a liability. He leans forward, studying me. Please reconsider, Derek. He is earnest. You know I can't let you leave. The best I can offer you is time in a cell until I'm ready to deal with you. There's no way in which this ends with you alive if you don't work with me. As I told you, I will die. It is the one thing Amanda has taught me I still accept. I don't have a desire to live forever. He leans back. I see the calculation in his eyes. You're playing for time, which is admirable. He smiles. She made you a fighter, and you're hoping to find a way out of this, to escape with your team, even if you don't care for them. I don't deny my plans. I'll wait for him to decide. If I have to, I'll fight here and do my best to return to Claus. He nods, then sighs. All right. Have it your way, Derek. Dream of your escape next to your demon. In time, you'll see it can't happen, and you'll reconsider your position. I'll have you escorted back there, but he raised a finger. Be warned that the instant you cause trouble, I will have Claus executed first. Unlike Dr. Walker, I understand how dangerous he is and how much you care about him. I nod. A silent promise not to cause trouble until I'm confident I can leave this place alive. Me, Claus, Humbert, and his soldiers, no matter how long or hard the captain complains about it. And that concludes chapter 18 of An Errant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other two books in the trilogy, they are available on Kindle Unlimited. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Keep feeling like I'm forgetting stuff. All right, that is done. I'll be right back. Sure is here. Alright, that's ready to for tomorrow. Maybe. All done. All up to date. You know, not paying attention to the screw up I can almost guarantee I made. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 82 enemies. And we are off. Cupcake is in first place. Nursing Gig is in second. VR Mind takes over third. I cannot tell who's what. Too many similar armies are fighting together. I'm amused that Cupcake is. Oh, wait, they're no longer doing that. See, Mrs. Hyde is in first place. Nursing Geek is in second. VR Mind is in second. Nursing Geek is in third. VR Mind takes over first. All right, so we've got numbers on our favor. I think we're getting there. And we've got nothing left. We're done. We have won. Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 11 kill, 5 assist. VR Mind is in second place, 4 kill, 10 assist. And Nursing Geek is in third, 9 kill, 1 assist. We've got fairies and still have a Decanizer. It's been the fairy morning today. And Musketeers are not claimed by anyone. So, Arc 10 Telemetros gets Musketeers. And that brings the battling to an end for today. 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning, placement will start for an insane battle. We will have Token, the boss, and then whatever the next map brings. I hope to see you then. All right. Let's start. Let's see about getting stuff ready for the end in a few minutes. All right. Looks like it's going to be Game of Thrones because I'm not seeing anyone actively there. All right, so my writing is well, my reading correct is done. So I will end the day with a stream, with a raid, with a raid. To Game of Thrones. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon on the Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.